Hey everyone, this is Ladrón and welcome back to Factorio, where last time we did a little bit of work on this guy that is supposed to be making some beryllium ingots. We haven't even finished this up. It's supposed to be made into the plates and be sent back to the planet, but there are a few things happening over here. First one, too much sand. That's the first thing that we need to get rid of. And we'll be able to get this, and then everything else should fall into things. The second part is that we don't have flux, or at least we don't have enough of it. So that's one of the reasons why we are here today, where we're going to be making an Vulcanite outpost. For this, I prepared a little bit. I made some solar panel fields. We're tapping into some of these. I think we're into two of these. Nope. 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 But you. Hello. Take a look into that pyramid. Tap into you. Got you. No. Okay, now I am thoroughly confused. I have this one, and that's it. No, we have another one. Come here. Here and there. Oh, hello. For some reason, this is not here. Okay. We had only one of these working. I have to address that in this. Yeah. Need to tap into all of those. That. You're going to be tapped there. You, we're going to go south. There we go. You. There. We'll do this. Do. This one, we're gonna left. This one is gonna go to the right. You, sir. You can go to the right as well. Here's another one over here, and start done. Nope. You, sir, you need to be tapped into. That way. Let's spread out some belts. And right. I'm gonna take here. Thinking something like this. But instead of this, we're gonna take one step back and one of these. So then this can go this way. It's gonna merge with that one, right? So this is the one we just tapped into. Okay, good, good, good. This one needs to go to the right. Like so. And this is going to be similar to what we're planning for this one, right? Good. This goes here. Okay. That's been tapped into. That's been tapped into. Good. Now we have this, this, and that. So you, sir. Bring you all the way to here. Good. Quick pick here. So if you go here, I can join into this one. I think that's the best option. That means that I'm gonna take this all the way to here. These goes over there, and then this up here. Okay. Everything seems alright for this one. Okay. You gonna do this thingy over here. So that means here, one is there. There we go. Looking at the map, I want to go north before this. Off. There we go. Closer. And this. Hopefully the better option will be before that. So there we go. Up. Connected there. But it's on the opposite direction. No problem. Get up. Okay, thank you, autosave. Know that we already have several warehouses worth of that stocked up, but yeah, once I start breaking that down, those are gonna go in no time. So, have over here, this is gonna be pulling up. And right now it's just connecting to here. This one. You bring it in, my friendo. That's okay. So we just need to connect those two. Okay, that's easy enough. And there we go. Connected. All of those is connected. I just need to bring this one. And then everything should be nice and easy. Connected. We have all the Vulcanite cores that we're going to be needing. Now, let's see. Talking about, so I'm gonna come here, there, and now everything is connected. Good. One other thing that I did between the session is I added these guys over here. So that's basically two heat exchangers with a turbine generator and a few condensing turbines. This is recycling water, getting water from here. Not everything is nice and going around, and this should be generating 1 gigawatt of power. Right now it's not generating anything because we don't have enough demand to press it, but that's probably something we're going to be using in our next outpost. I'll take a look into this. So, how far are we from there? Go south into southwest. Okay. Let's do a little bit of a spelunking cave diving. Well, while that is happening, I know that I'm gonna have to do something like we do for here. this is breaking the core fragments themselves. And these guys are breaking the Vulcanite, getting all of those outputs. So could try to grab this. Put there, one input there, and a lot of outputs. Yeah. And here we have Vulcanite that's being provided by these. Supplied everything else. Okay. Not Vulcanite, Pyroflux. It's also good. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, grab these guys, like wholesale. Like that. And they should be our first stage here. I'm gonna move this out the way here. The inputs are gonna come from there. Close. Oh, close right now. And into something like this. Yeah. That should be okay. We don't have a lot of atomic bombs on us. Not great, but I think we can do just a couple of them. Probably like... Oh, but we don't have Fightertron. We might have to do a little bit of a hit and run. And I might have to go back to Novice to get a little bit more on the atomic bomb department. Yeah, otherwise, 5 of them, we're not going to be able to take out all the nest in one of those sunken pyramids. Pretty sure. There's still more Vulcanite that I need to be tapped into. But that's a problem for another session. Adding more miners and bringing everything together. So, before we say hello to the biters over here, just gonna go and save this. Because you never know how these biters are gonna be. How mad they can be on us. Just because we're invading their homes. It's like, come on. That's this. Okay. We'll wait a few seconds for the explosion to take place. And then do that again. Okay. Seems that had less biters than could be trouble. Oh, this gap here really works well for us. And now, enough to take care of these. Hello. You're quite a strong one. You're a behemoth speeder. And goodbye. What we have here in module 9, always good. Gonna be able to make some of these soon. Right now. Yep, I'll take that. Thank you very much. Yep. Yes, I can. Yep. Okay, but with all of that, we have another in module 9. And we should have all the pulverizer already set up for us. Hopefully. Yeah. The bots would probably have done that already. And we should also be ready on the Vulcanite core fragments as well. Should be there already. How nice and merge from the core seams that we already tapped into. So, enough. Be shown on the map anytime soon. Come on. Yep. Good. Modules that are missing. I don't think we're gonna tap into this way, so let's reorganize this portion over here. What I'm guessing is that we're gonna have something unlike. Yep. Some power around. Really? There we go. Okay, now we just need the core fragments themselves. Do something like round. Come on. Here. Yeah. We'll do this now. Off it goes. Now let's see what's. So here is the one that was using the same structure. We have this here. In here we will have something like what we want the inputs for this or the outputs for this to be going north. Going north. Teams down. I think we are. Follow this trail over here. We're gonna find the answer for that. Going here. Into here, and then yep. So we're breaking this quite a ways away from there. This is sending things north. Now we have too much bars here. Yeah. I don't think that's going to be a problem that we're gonna have. Here. So it's something like this. There, so the easiest path would be something like this. So what I'm gonna be doing is this. This, I'm gonna connect here. Okay. Vulcanite is coming here. So we need to take care of this pyroflux. This. Okay, that should do the trick. So the pyroflux is coming through here, pipe it down, and into here. Which in this case, where are we? As far as okay. Now we're gonna do something like this. And to look at that, we're already starting getting some pyroflux. Good. This should be quite enough storage. Now we have too much pyroflux. Went Vulcanite. Problem, we can deal with that. Just want to get murdered. So we have oil. The oil, we're going to connect to the oil on that's above. Is not getting that many from the teams on the planet, so that's good to know that we have a little bit of leftover. Oil needs to come somewhere around there. Would you look at that? Something like this. Instead, that we're gonna pump over here, so we will know we're getting rid of the oil. Okay, that works. The water, we're gonna leave it for now. Probably gonna find a usage for it eventually. But and do meanwhile is edit. Yes, like this should work fine. We're getting some water soon. Power. Power. Setup. With that, we're going to be able to start getting some. Okay. Fragments are solved. Now we need to deal with the Vulcanite itself. And stone. Vulcanite, what do you need? When you're crushing, you're gonna make more stone. Okay. And then when you're enriching it, you're gonna get sulfur. We're gonna need some sulfur and gonna get sand out. Okay. Gonna get water in. And use this. The water from here. Yep. We get and back 4. Hematiters. Heaters. Nice. Have leftover and stone. Good use use part of it to make a pyroflux, but so what I'm going to do, first I need to make sulfur over here. Secondly, I'm gonna convert all the remaining stone into sand, and the sand I'm gonna send off to their plant. Yeah, good. So in here we're gonna get Vulcanite blocks and out of this planet. So let's almost 3 belts of Vulcanite. So first things first, we need to crush the Vulcanite. Mechanical facility or pulverizer. I think it's pulverizer. It'll take 1 second into the mechanical facility and half a second in the pulverizer. So, yep, pulverizer is the answer. Have these guys to take care of. This provider, no. This one, we're just gonna put into this box. And there we go. We have the coal, copper, and iron ore. Gonna have to take care of these as well. Take this. Not even taking care of the I need to add a few more ships. Take all this material back to our location. Yep. In my view. So, yep. Two of those. They're gonna be this. This taken care of, and the other one's gonna be like that. There we go. Now the iron and copper plates are going to be able to be processed. Well, expected. Power poles here and there. Can take care of that later. What I'm looking for is this. So the coal can be made into heavy oil. That one of those processed here. Stone. here. This is the hole that we have. Hole come in. We have a loop for the heavy oil, so once it got in, I'm gonna personally start to push back in and then out. Yep, I like this idea. Go. This to these guys over here. Nope, right there. Okay. Where the holes come in. And we have this electric boiler. That needs a little bit. First things first, I need to make one of these stat boilers and one of these offshore pumps. Break. We need the coal. Coming over here. Here. That, so this thing is over here. And the coal should come in here. Do their loop. Just need to connect this portion to that. This. There we go. So now we should have the iron and copper made into plates. The coal is currently being liquefied for more petroleum. We have any modules? Oh, just a handful of those. Okay. Go back to novice and see if we can get some. Here we're gonna go to chromium. Harmonite. The engine pad. And here what we're gonna need each modules. Plenty of modules. Oh, and part of the stone to make into landfill to keep on expanding. Yeah, I think that's a better option than just turn everything into sand. We're gonna need to patch a few lakes here and there to keep on expanding, as we're gonna need more resources. Okay, let's see if we can get setup, shall we? Oh, over here, I'm pretty sure I saw something for that effect. I'm gonna do one of these as well. While they're in petroleum gas into sulfur, we know we're gonna need some sulfur. Is that the first step or the second one? Hello? Is for the enrichments. Okay. Peace. What do I do? Find them. Okay. Work. I just need to connect the water. Very similar. Those. Yep. Oh, go in there to get to convert the E. Oh, to landfill. Then, good. Now we need four. That. And that should take care of the... Oh. Nope. This is gonna keep on working. And now we can actually dive into... Oh, hello. There is more stone over here. Advantage. We need to have one of these guys here. Oh. Oh. Stone. Now I need these knights. I'd like to have them from there. Here with 323 balancer. This. First thing that we need to do is crush this. So we're gonna have pulverizer, we're gonna have 3 outputs. Okay. Similar to this, but I like to have something like this a little bit more spread around. Yeah. here. We have to re-implement that. I can grab the bases from here. And a little bit easier. Okay. This is here. Let's say that we're gonna have the other one about the same way, but here we're gonna have we're not gonna need these guys. Oh. We have the stone. I want the stone to be the first one. We have crushed and enriched one. Enriched one. There we go. I'm gonna need to have that there. Okay. Have an actual. Something that we can do 5. Okay, so instead of this one, we crushed once. Good. Any? Your productivity modules there. We have here 600. Grab a few more of those, shall we? Review. Review. We might need a few more pulverizers. And balance. Purples. Regular big ones. And oil processing. Once guidance stops coming in here, I'm gonna send this. Okay. So this is the tile. Probably can do a little bit more. Might want to hold off until we get. Since we're here. Let's bring some atomic bombs as well. Again, we don't need the fighters there, and that sunken chest has already been dispatched. Hello. Can work with that. Bit more bigger. Yeah. One's gonna be the pick. One of these consume 13% of one, but this is not taking into consideration the productivity modules because it doesn't have it. And we're gonna have one of these. Can we put you here? No. gonna have to have one of these on each side. Okay. Not ideal, but not terrible as well. I think we are okay on it. Cleaning pad. Let's go. So this is gonna get crushed Vulcanite and a little bit on the enriched one. Enrichment need a centrifuge, I think. Probably. Yeah. Probably gonna have to a little bit more on these kind of boxes and get the items. Similar to what we did here. And here. No, we were just using separate boxes for that. Or two separate steel chests. Like this though. For this, that's a larger facility. Yeah, this is. But then we're gonna be working with it might be a little bit more. Comes go up there. Grab a few of those atomic bombs. Just to replenish the ones that were just used. Probably easier to drop a requester chest and request those. Otherwise, it's a little bit of a while to get there and come back. Here. You're requesting 20 bombs, many as you can get. You can get 24. Okay. Now you guys have speed modules, but not speed modules. Give me the modules. Sulfur in, then you get crushed and enrich Vulcanite out. I was thinking it's do these. Go. The thing that I'm gonna get out is the enrich one. Right. Only we need to take out crushed Vulcanite as well. Yeah, these guys are gonna get the crushed. modules. I have an idea. 4 of these gonna consume 14% of one belt. Actually, it's gonna consume 21% of one belt. I have 8 of this, right? And goes over 2 belts. 40 machine. 10 on 20 on each side. The last one is gonna be missing a bit, like 4%. Yeah, I think that's okay. So what we're thinking is 20 machines on each side. Okay. This deals with 2 belts. And 56 machines. I'm gonna consume the 3. Consume each 3 belts. That's kind of 18 machine. We need 9 on each side and then 1 over 3 of these. Okay. Yeah. More on this side. 8. The last one. And then I'm gonna need 3 of this. 1 for each of the belts over there. And you're gonna have the stone on the further side. And then to each one. And then the stone coming over here, so the stone could be the first. Yeah. Okay. Now I have to follow this. What happens if I just copy? So, yeah. Got some issues with setting up inserters. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Gonna need 3 of this. So let's connect things first. There is this guy over there. Machine B. There to this. There we go. Just barely there. Taking care of the stone, right? Oh, got disconnected. There we go. One. So, sure. Let's add these guys. Go. Covered all of these. Covering just our character. These guys. Hello. I mean, way more than that. So this. So these are enough to take everything. So these four are going to consume more than enough for the 3 belts. Okay. More of these. Gonna be just 2 of them, and they're already gonna make more than 1 belt out. Okay, so I set it 9, 8. They take a little bit over 1 belt in to get 1 belt out. That's on 2 machines. Okay, I can do something similar to what we did here. Yeah. So 2 of this is enough to take care of 1 belt. What's going to happen is the next one, I have to remove all of this. Okay. Goodbye, machines. You are very helpful, but I have to get rid of all of you. Okay. Next one. Let's do this. And make this 3. As far as I can get one of these here. Over all of them, right? Right. Now we need some power to go around. Covered. Purple. There. Okay. Now this produces more than 3, but that's considering that's getting more than 3 in. First Vulcanite is the one that's getting 2 made. First one here is going to be the stone. First one this is the one that needs to be addressed. So this one, what we're gonna do is this. Here. Oh. This one is the stone one. That's already taken care of. This one here is the enriched one. And these three are gonna be the first coconut. Okay. So, the thing that we need to do is there. Three of this is here. Only those things that we don't need. These. We're gonna leave a second one and have a little bit more input. Okay. One. Two. And you can already connect the third one, so I'm not gonna connect this yet. Make the same arrangements for these. Good. Now we can have these same things now. As I expected. This has almost one. A little bit more insertions in here. The autosave. And that should get us all the crushed Vulcanite that we need. Again, just for this area here. Good. There. There. And would you look at that? We have crushed Vulcanite here and there. And here's the enriched one. Gone. It's all gone. The process there. Okay, now we have what we were talking before. We need to enrich the Vulcanite. Okay. These ones are coming here. Well, okay. Now we have grayish belts of the crushed Vulcanite. We need to enrich them. So the idea already have some crushed Vulcanite on us. Now, the way that we were thinking was ourselves one of these. Gonna enrich things. You're gonna get some productivity modules. That. Then here's where the magic is. We have 3 solid inputs, 3 solid outputs, but both of them, 2 of them, inputs and outputs are the same. So the way that we solve this on orbit, have something. So in this case, you're inserting as many as you can, filtering out. Yes, for production time. And have something like that. Could have that out like that. And if I have this, guys, is mine. Okay, that works for the input. For the output, this might be more complicated. What's this gonna get here? That work for us? Kinda, sort of. The idea is to have some output is gonna be like that. This is where the sulfuric acid is coming in. There's sulfur. This is where the tricky. Problem is that this machine is pretty tiny. They use the same. Always getting the materials out. Because let's say that this guy is going to be first of all going to be enrichment. First Vulcanite comes over here, turned into that. Not a problem. Self. Crushed Vulcanite here, and I need the crushed Vulcanite here as well. So the idea is that preferably is going to use this Vulcanite here. I'm going to give preference. This side, don't care too much. Getting the items out. Not really. I could do it so that split this into, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So, first things first. You're not connecting. Sure. These need to be a little bit more. So we're gonna make 3, 2, 6. And like that. So half of these is gonna go for one, and half of this is gonna go to the other. And then if things back down, I'm gonna reroute to the thing that needs the crushed ones. Yeah, that works. So that means that I don't need to output the crushed Vulcanite from here. This is just coming in, and off it goes. So what I'm going to do is say, hey, you're going to be enabled. So you're only going to insert into this if crushed Vulcanite is less than, let's say, so if there is more than 200 crushed Vulcanite over here, I'm just going to say, hey, I don't need it anymore, and send it to the next one. I wanted to do this a little bit differently. Here you have it. This. And we can have all of them. We're gonna need them. So this here, we're saying max post. And if we need to be, we can just update all of this. This is gonna be crushed. Okay, which is the that solved the problem for getting this input. This is the source. That's okay. Now on the other side, this is where we have two things coming out. First is sand. Filter it out. This gets sent upwards to sunset. Or point something like correctly. Oh yeah, there we go. Both going to send it into this. Yep, that works. Now we need to insert this a little bit further away. Question is here. No, we cannot. This they can. Okay. And this getting out enriched. Nope. Which less than. Okay. This is getting the reach one. Need added here. This is the enrichment. Zero 13. Now let's go 5. Output for this one. And this. So it's going to pick it up from here. This is less than that. And now they're going to be counting. Know how many of these items are in here. This will be enable Vulcanite larger than E. So if it has too many, it's gonna output into here, which then is gonna come up. Yeah, that works. Then this one over here. I was thinking about duplicating this and adding on the others. Yeah. But this has much on off. Yeah, I have a lot of horizontal space, so what I'm going to do is just this. Here's this where the sand is gonna come. Pretty compact. Be able to put this around. Go around. Okay, that's good. These back here have a whole bunch of them. Like to have part of that outcome, part of the output, just diverge to the side so we can grab some stuff. Nice. This. Two. Ingredients, not wrong. All of this is coming over here, and I'm just gonna add these guys. Okay. I'm gonna get some steel coming in here. And if we need to make more of these, yeah, that's what we're looking for. No. Let's let that out and automate it and place it on the right place, but oh, and add the signals in the right places. So here. Just using these to connect to the other side. Okay, that's good. So if I do right, you to you, and that's the tile that we're looking for. Okay. I think we're in a good place. These powers all these inserters. If I do this is going to power all these inserters, and if I do that, they're all going to be connected. Okay, setting these off. And what I'm thinking is I'm gonna get this. Now we need that silver. And I have power for this. Could have everything. Okay. Now this is a tile. How much you're taking? You're taking %. So we're gonna need a little bit more than that. This. Let's get this powered up. Oh, you don't have water. Oh, you don't have up over there. This is sulfur. And this is crushed. And I'm gonna duplicate this. Works. This guy there. That should be the first one. This up. Over there. We don't have any way to kickstart Vulcanite. Actually, this one is the in reach one. Put over. Okay. This. Here. Down, this down, going down as well. Sulfur. I have to split it around and it's a little bit more, but some sulfur coming in here. There, so no. It's gonna produce. Last belt. No. Let's say that I want a 1 belt of this. 8 machines. 4. 12 machines is going to be 1 belt. Right now, 8. 8. There we go. Here. There. Here. If you're in here. Yep. And there. Good. I'm gonna have to split this afterward, but now. These. That's the sulfur there. This as well. Because I'm going to need sulfur over here. This. Oh, actually, this one. that we need for speed. So bottom there. This is gonna be here. We're gonna get this. Right now, I'm just here. How are we looking now? This is gonna take a quarter of what that was. Three machines. So we are using half of that. So we need to double the amount here. Okay. Then came here. And we're starting getting some reached one. This one doesn't have business. Okay. I'm gonna take it from here. And then merge with the one that's coming now. Yeah, that should do the trick. I just need this is a quarter of a belt. Need to double this up. Look here, this is like to the other one, so gonna need this. Then we should be getting some more steel in here. Yep. Possibly we should get those in. These guys out on 4 plates. I'm gonna have to take in that consideration later, but first, all of those are right. I just need to make sure that they all have the same inputs. There we go. This is right there. Oh, but this doesn't have the C. We need to connect. There we go. Now, this is getting almost a quarter of a belt. That means we need to double this. So then it has half a belt. Then each side of this is half a belt. Okay. So what I'm going to do is this, then this on top of that one. Okay. Oh, we're already starting seeing some enriched one coming out here. Good. Now we need this. Connect to these guys. Like this. Good. And then no, the last one. Just do something like this. That. And from here. Okay. Now I have plenty of rich one here. Which we're gonna take it out. We're working. We're working. Still need a few more of this. 8 more of those. And we should be good to go. Could have something here. Doesn't need to come all the way here. But yeah. Okay. This is pretty compact. I like it. We need to get rid of these. And then merge the output for this one as well. Nope, we need to add this guy on the other side. Fully. Over here. Good. Like this. And they're all covered. Yeah. Okay. That works. We should get an enriched one. Should enrich just one of this. We're looking like still doesn't have enough of those. No problem. We can grab from here. And over here. There. Here. We should get all the enriched ones. That thing is. As we do this. The ones that are coming from here might back it up here. Help me block that. Well, they're not gonna unblock because if they come in here, oh, they won't be added to here, right? I want to have the same issue that we had on the front. Yeah, this thing is gonna back up. for this. Like this. A little bit over here. I think I'm gonna send the sand down that way. That's taking care of the sand. Now we have these enriched coming from here. These two coming. That we need to take care of. Sand is already done. Here and there. Let's just join them together. This. Should be the next one. I'm going to leave a little bit more room so I can address this, but I don't want to change anything right now because then the bots are going to have a really hard time with all of these guys. Oh. Now we get together. Just reroute them, like put them together, like so. The way that I've set this up, this is inputting, right? So it's going to input if it's less than 200, and it's going to output if it's more than 200. So if it's exactly 200, it's not going to go anywhere. So if this is less than 200, it's going to keep on picking it up. If not, it's just going to get it through. So if I connect these two together, and the next ones are going to be slower because they might leave some to go through, but it's not going to clock. This is always connected to the output. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, are you powered? No, you aren't. What we need to do is just something as simple as this. And now this is not plugging anymore. You just need to get rid of this piece. That one. this. Is the Vulcanite coming out? The enriched Vulcanite, more to the point. Yep. Question is, do we want them here? Do we want to do something? I'm thinking it's... Nope. Perfect. Enrich it all here, but we can do something like this. And we have a little bit of room for the enriched one. Let's see, do we want... And maybe come in the other direction. Yeah. The borders that I can reach. So this is going to produce the third belt of enriched one. So we're going to have 3 of these. That means that we can have 1 full belt of enriched Vulcanite coming out. Is that good enough? We want more. Yep, it can be enough. But we're getting some Vulcanite over here, so we need to get rid of this. Do like that. What I'm going to do for you like this. It's gonna be 1, 2, 3. So that. This here. Here. Okay, there we go. A little bit more complicated, but there we go. Okay. Vulcanite. I'm pulling this. Go. Next one would be coming in here. This. Few things are going to be different. That one. Input for you. And this one for the enriched one. Remove the way. That. And would you look at that right there? That means that these. Good. Plenty of it. Okay. Good. Temporarily, I can do something like this. I'm gonna have a few at least in that way, but what I can do is just leave it like that. And I'm just gonna say, hey, at least do a few of these. Now I have plenty of Vulcanite. Or enriched Vulcanite, more to the point. Here. 8. That's 14. Need 5 more of these. Four more of these. Have some. Again, power. Power. Fuel being made here. Yep. And now we're requesting some. Got a lot of the way. That's good. How many more are we needing? 4. 4. Good. Here. And have the rest. Just need the sulfur now. These guys here. And sulfur that needs to come. This one. Okay, there's the sulfur. Now we just need to get these guys together. Oh. Good opportunity to do a little bit of cleanup. Oh. This sulfur doesn't need to come over here. We need to join the second. Rest of what I'm thinking. This. Nope. Wait. Okay. So we join them. Okay, this needs to join over here, so give it a little bit of room. That. And these need to be joined over there for the second. Okay. Now we're good. here. And over there. Good. Now, if I did everything right, I should be able to just do like this. And place over here. Last piece of crushed Vulcanite that we're going to be using for enriching. And this one. Now this is the silver. I have to have one of these right there. And you're gonna need 20 more of this, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Oh. Hello. We don't have belts anymore. Not good. Have anything? Nope. You're sending to Harmonite. Yep. No. Belts. Around these. Splitters. First, we can have just 500. Underground these belts. Let's have them all. Oh. Request all of them. Go. Just a phantom or a ghost. I think just gonna use some underground these for this belts, and then that is gonna free up a little bit of this belts. I think we should probably have quite underground these. Yeah. Some, not a lot, but some. Let's change these guys to be on. Start from here. Go. We already have 49. Belts. I'll leave this last portion there. We might even have to do that portion, but yeah. Okay. More. Oh, got a little bit too much. I'll just take something like that. Just save for the box. Hey, up on the ground right now. Thank you. Here, oh, those enriched ones. And we got this. Okay, that's all good. This is unfortunately the last ones. Okay, now we're missing 12 of this. Those. Okay. For the 3 first ones for the Vulcanite blocks. We already have the enrich process, so that's good. This is the last one for the sulfur. And merging, yeah. Now, what are we doing over here? Oh, these guys are connected. We'll be getting a few bits and bobs of the enrich one. There they are. 11. You here? Chest. And some of this. Things are slowly but surely filtering out. That's what we're talking about. It's out. Get the first ones here. Okay. Then everything else from the base I can just edit here, because these guys will be making less than 2, and these guys are expecting close to 5. So we can add the rest of it here. So we're missing 2 more. 11, so make it 9. Together. Something like this, right? Of course. This one's going to be a little bit different. So in here, what I will have is one of these. And this one, actually thinking about this. These need to be addressed somewhere else or time else. And I'm going to make this. This. All coming in there. For now, this should do the trick. Some power. Good. Oh. And it's gonna be taken care of eventually. We're gonna bring a ship over here, load from this, and then off it goes. Can move this around as needed afterwards. We need a steel 9 of those. Make it 8. Would you look at that? We're already getting some rich Vulcanite over here. Great Beryllium. Make it a mistake. Connecting this to this chest. Something like that. Change those wirings later on. Those, yeah. So let's see what we're dealing with. We have 4 of these. We have 1 of these. Could be able to. So next step is Vulcanite. Crushed. 2 enrich. We're still missing enrich. Yes, I'm gonna have to have another one of these. And this is gonna become 2. I have 2 and 2. Probably 2 more of these. And then have 2 of these and 1 of those. Yeah. This has become quite extensively horizontally, but yeah. And I still need more of the sulfur department. These 2 ones are going to be slightly different then. So far we're going to get from here. From here. And do this. This one. And we have to do the same other side. Here. this. Here. And drop it there. Okay. Good, good, good. Here. Going. And we have here not a lot. So. Goodbye. Bye bye. So the other thing that I want to do is this. No. Top two ones are going to be enriched. And these two, one of them is going to get an entity here. Writing that one to getting in the okay. Here and there. Now we need a lot of long inserters and could have these here. Long inserters. We have these here? 100? No, not have those. But I'm gonna just something else like 1,000 of these. Yeah. And I'm gonna be able to send this back to Permanent. It should be fine. And we have 4,000 out, so that should be good enough. Probably already have some. More than 1,000, good. How about underground? I have that many. 100? Yep, I'll take those. Everything should be fine. Yeah, because we don't have the or that are missing. And these guys are already producing. But everything here. Disable, yeah. I'm gonna need to remove the wires all from all of this. It's not gonna be fun. Start. Well, once I have one of these properly wired, I can just remove the wires from the other ones and redo. You are disabled. threaded wire. And green. What I was thinking is this guy gonna come over here. 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 And here. And then I'm gonna have like these guys. These guys need this. Okay, there we go. Got all of those there. And go. And this can be just connected directly like so. Connect to this. Enabled. These are just connected to their boxes. So let's see what do we have here. Yes, this one. That's what we're looking for. This is where things get a little bit more complicated. There. That's what we're looking for. Okay. So. Guys, that. And then this. That. That. And that, and they're all getting the right signal. This is disabled because this is more than 200. Right on. Oh, okay. So this is how the wiring needs to look like. And here is similar, but we don't have that. There. Here. This one. Looks like two here with the red one. Red one is putting here, and then yep. This is disabled because this is too much. Because this is completely full. Start using some of these. Now we're looking like quite a lot of material, so let's have these coming over. I wish there was an easy way to rework the wiring. copy this over to here. A whole bunch of duplicated wires. But if I just remove the connections for this box, it should be fine. Here. Hey, beep, beep, beep. Like the name. How are things going? Are you also a modded player on Factorio or just playing on vanilla? It's been quite a. Oops. Nope. No one else since I played vanilla one. Forward to getting back to it one day. Okay, now things are moving. This operation. 400 trains, 450 stations. Pretty good. I have no idea how many stations I have on my main base. 245, 46 trains, and 1100,000 stations. So, yeah, it seems that I went a little bit overboard on the station-wise. But hopefully we'll be able to get those sorted out soon. Second one right. We have a few more to get over here. Connect the few wires. Are the ones that yeah, this save has a little bit of time on it already, so that's why we have stations. There are a few things that I should have done better, but hopefully we can get better as we go. Here. Go. I have to rethink how I'm gonna do that. Oh, because I added that one. Okay. Put on there. Top one is sand. Is this one? And we go light charge into here, so there. Version here. And do something. Yeah. It's okay. This one. Two. And we. Or the send up there. Connected, and this is connected. So let's get I basically had a little bit of a double down on the orbit. I'm still struggling with a little bit of tumbler products, especially something like crude oil. Actually, the oil might have been sold. Crude oil. How are we looking like right now? This has oil. We're loading. Food. We have 5 trains. And a little bit more than 5. So yeah. You'll need to add a few more trains so they can hold or match the stations. So they can distribute things more evenly. We're going to be connected to. You're connected to this guy. Go. Same thing here. That's good. I just need to add a few more. Those. What are we missing here? Reached ones. Do a little bit of work here. Borrow here. There. Good. Moving. You can have everything else. Okay. Now we should be good. This we need 37. Oh. Could potentially just do something crazy like this. And just redo it. It'll be a lot easier. Happening here? No. Okay, and with all of that, borrow some of these here. One of these. You. That's right. And this here. Getting some of the fuel. Plates. Getting some plates sometime in the future. Okay. You're gonna have one of these. You. Have this. Not a lot of material drop off. Those. And would you look at that? It's already starting to come out. Why? You're not. I can hear you. Oh, because these guys are not there yet. Okay. You're not getting the signal. Alright. More we need to make 32. Wow. Let's move these. crap, the same machine. That was actually. Good. Good. Please. 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 And now all of those. Drop them here so it can be sent to the proper place. Not the last one. Close enough. Now we have these two. Top ones are enrich one, and the bottom two are crushed ones. These. You, sir. Gonna get the crushed one. Oh, we need another one. Here. We need to keep the crushed one. And we need to load balance. I think that's coming into this. Yep. Sounds good. How about not getting crushed because we don't have the boxes for it? More over here. We have a little bit of access on super runners. Go. So we're down to 18 now. Go back to the start and see if we can get a few more of those. Yeah. Yeah. Here. Bringing some stuff for us. Here. Sure. We're looking for here. For them. These. Some more coming from the base. Yep. Those are. More, that's 8. We'll need 10, 6. Getting closer. 5. And this. 5 more. There we go. That should be enough to process everything. Now, go back up there. And get the show on the road. So, we have the crushed Vulcanite. We have enough enriched Vulcanite. Or we should have enough enriched Vulcanite for all of our immediate needs. Bring the rest of the Vulcanite that we mine. Actually, Vulcanite here. Should have all of that over here. Right now we have Actually, these two. Bring that up here. 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 Not for now. Way to here. Go over here. Right on top of down, down. Connect them there. Yep. Do it like that. So there. And I'm gonna use two. Oh, sorry. Punch. This is gonna connect to here. Good. Need to come around here. There. What? First things first. A little bit of room over here. This will have the 3. Have a little bit more room. Did it be? Can do something like go. I just need to do better. Oh, brick. Have everything here? Yep. Right coming in. Yep. Going around. Down over here. I have a slight suspicion that I may be running low on oil. Oil might be something that we might have to address here. But for now, the focus is finishing up the Vulcanite one. No, it's a Vulcanite. Look at the map and find more oil nodes. Well, there are a few. 969. Yeah, this is 140. So this planet doesn't have a lot of oil. 190. I have to do something with this one, which is the closest that we have right now. So 17 of those. We have 17 of those. We are getting a little bit fuller here. Great. A little bit of a ride over here. This guy's already backed out, so that means that we already have quite a lot of enriched Vulcanite. So let's start turning those enriched Vulcanites into Vulcanite blocks. Those are all done. And that's missing, and we should be good to go. We need a few more enriched ones. Just start the process over here. Just do all of these. Because they're already working. They're going to be able to put it up. That's what they need. Good. It's a little bit too much. There. And there we go. Okay. These two. Sand. These for the sand. This. Okay, and the salt. Now we need this guy. Here. So this. Here I would like to have a proper blue belt. This, that, and I should have probably not double amount of enrich that I have the crushed one. That should be close enough. Let's do the same thing that we had before. Giving a little bit of a farewell to the sand. A little bit like this. Design have blueprints. Yeah, I tried to use some pre-made blueprints for some of these outposts. I'm calling them outposts where processing these materials, but I didn't like the way that they were set up. This is a little bit more complicated than I'd like to, because I wanted to make this as compact as possible. Could have used a little bit more room and make them not as complicated. But yeah, I like how this end up being fairly compact. But yeah, the idea is that once I have these mostly set up, I can say, hey, we're gonna get the inputs from over here. This is from the core fragments. Okay, this not gonna be collecting anymore. Just gonna send it out. And I can just copy one outpost like this, and then 90% of this I'm just gonna copy paste it over into a new planet, and then just need to reconnect the inputs. So the idea, for instance, for this one, I can copy from here. Then I need to remove this and then say, hey, this is where the core fragments come in. This is where the Vulcanite come in, and everything else should just work. Have too much. Copper plates. Reduce the load of this, but now if there's anything that we can make here good, do this, but this is uses a lot of power. I'm not sure I want to do this again, but yeah, might have to use something like that to make more rocket solid fuels. For now, and do is just something like this. This force plates. I'm gonna connect this so we can keep on building. And this taken care of. But in here we have these three. Which have the crushed, then reach. Water is straightforward. The petroleum gas might be a little bit tricky. Have any other oil anywhere else? 1000% over there. And that's about it. We're missing some of this. Okay. That problem. And there's one thing that I used quite often is these belt balancers. This is not mine. And some of this from this Mega Base book, which has the solar array that I like to use very, very much because it's a lot simpler. You can just place it and drop them anywhere. Although I'm really thinking about this because after we have this guy up, we can bring the power from our main orbit, connect with an offshore pump like this, get some water, and these can produce quite a lot of power. this is producing quite a bit. Oh yeah. Oh, oil. I like the idea of bringing the oil away from here. What we're doing here. We already, yeah, definitely lacking on the oil side. So what we do here is, guys, you. Okay, get those connected. A little bit of this, guys. You can be here. I'm guessing you can be Ember Medusa tree. Why don't you be? We're looking for object ghosts. Yeah, these two are on the way. Here, no, there. This guy, main like this. There we go. That should do the trick. One of these, those, so power can come over, and we'll be able to get this oil from these nodes. Where else? How much oil do we need? 1 petroleum gas or 1 vulcanite block. So there's not a lot. I'm going to do something here that I often don't like to do. Just belt thing around. Or in this case, pipe oil from there to there. Yeah, doesn't look a good idea. I have to set up a little bit of a train there. I'm going to do that between the sessions. I'm going to finalize this and then go back to our Beryllium node, or Beryllium outpost, which is having some troubles. So, this 3 belts. We have the crushed vulcanite and the enriched vulcanite in somewhat better quantities. You'll be able to start making the vulcanite blocks. First things, oh, we're running out away from everything else. Let's add a few more of these. That. Thinking that maybe we need to turn this around and continue upwards. Yeah, I think that's a better idea, or more to the point, a better use of our resources. This is going to be here, here, and there. Oh, okay. So, voice is too quiet and game is too loud. Let's change that. these. And so how does it look like now? Or better yet, how does it sound now? Could be a little bit better. No, it's I I'm one of the I'm one of the kind of person that love feedback, so anything that don't think that's quite alright or we can improve it, I'm all in for it. Some people don't like or one side that they don't like, they're a little bit less receptive to feedback, but enjoy it. And I like to do. Hey, Pots, could you please clean up this area? Very much. And thank you so much for the sub. Always a pleasure to be able to get back and kind of interact or be a little bit closer to the people that we're streaming to. Oh, so much for the sub and for putting up with me. Sometimes can be a little bit too much. So now that we have that, we just need these guys being the industrial furnaces. Quite a lot of these stone. So what I can do of those, turn this on. There we go. So industrial furnaces have these right over here. You're gonna get some activity modules. We have 2 solids in, 2 liquids in, and 1 solid out. 1 solid out and 1 liquid out. Okay. Okay. So, put it a little bit further away. Now, water, oil. Water is simpler, so I'm thinking about getting the water here. And the oil can be something like problem is how I'm gonna get the liquids solid in. This is gonna have to be a little bit different. Guessing something like this. So liquids that way. Yeah. We have water. It's gonna have to be something like that. And this is gonna be the output, and then the inputs is over here. Okay, that works. Insert this. One. I'm gonna add this thing here. And we have 2 inputs. What's your crafting time? 1 second. Okay, so this is gonna be not gonna have a lot of these. Okay. Here, input here, output here. Okay. pushing everything north. In the one this. These are the two inputs. Once. Those are the outputs. Okay. These over here. And we should be good to go. Okay. Now the question is, when we pile this up together, okay. The belts are gonna work. Pipes is gonna work. Now. What you need to have. So you don't need double D. But I am to make water coming in here. This is gonna be different. Yeah, it'll be like this. Petroleum gas is connected to petroleum gas, and this steam is connected to this steam. Good. Okay. And we can do pretty sneaky and connect this here. So the water is just one side that we need to do. And if we get this, go around, do it like that, have a tile. There we go. Now, this is kind of too much. So, try. Sure. Piece. And for now, get one of those. Now you're powered. How is this looking like? Oh, to use the enrich one, I'm gonna need a lot more. 25. 20 belts. So 40 machines is one belt output. Okay. Okay. We can work with these numbers. Need 40 machines. Make one full belt output. Yeah, I think that's the amount of machines that we're going to be using. And since the idea is that we went all the way here and come back getting this machine. Yay. Yeah, I think that will work. Well, let's here. Yep. Oh. So is this. So the output is to the left. Yep. And I'll leave a little bit of room so we can make the adjustments for the belts. Organize the belts. Yep. This is gonna connect there. Oh. Okay. What? Wait a second. Two. Already having more than one output. Maybe because this wasn't powered. gonna have to review this recording because I don't know how 40 machines became 4. Yeah. Okay. First thing that we need to do is split this into 2. And this one, instead of coming in here, push it out there. I'll need this to be in there. So. Here we go. This should do the trick for those. Sir. Going. Everything here? Yep. Okay. Solids are solved. Good. Done. Now. There we go. Get away with everything. Now, water. We can do something really simple like that. Offshore pump. An autosave to help us out to make sure that we're not losing anything. And a little bit of a water fill, and one of the liquids is solved. So, power this, and yep. Now we just need to have petroleum gas. What I'm going to do is petroleum gas is going to come from this way, and then steam is going to come this way. Can use one of these, trying to get rid of the steam. No mistake. From steam to create electric energy. So, I would like to add a few of this, just in case we get a little bit too much steam. And come on, got that steam turbine already. Here. Fine. Thank you. Over there. Okay, so now we just need to get petroleum gas from all the way there. I don't think we have petroleum gas because we used a lot of that. Make the sulfur for this? Yeah. I try to leak a pipe over here. Yeah. Let's go over there and add it from the source. I'm gonna add a pump, so it should preferably push petroleum gas that way. But yeah, having it this far apart, not gonna be fun. First things first, get some power. Move this. And now we call this here. Over. Here. Should be getting some of the petroleum gas over here. Okay. Now it dropped to 0.05 again. I do not understand. Go back there and double check. If we need to add more machines to make it, that's okay. Nope. Rain. Goodbye. Punch. Appreciate it. Let's bring this out. Convert them into landfills. There it is. Okay. Good on power. Everything seems to be okay. Now, why are you... Probably what we could do. Colors this way. This. Here. No. Up. And with all of these. Everything's connected. Okay, cool. Calculate this. Many. Let's add one piece can be all the way here. Or we're gonna get how many are we getting? 14%. So yeah. Seems that needs to be the 40 machines that we're talking before. So problem is right now this is okay to pull it in, but he might not be. This, we're sure that steam is always coming this way. Would like to have these for here, but we're sure that we're not putting things together and mixing fluids, which are a good idea. And then what I would like to have is something like That means that once we duplicate it, this is going to be all together. Okay. Now, if I copy this thing like that, be able to just come over here, of this, of those, and just duplicate it. Doesn't connect to that, this doesn't connect to that, but this connects to here, this connects to that. That does the thing, right? If I copy this, wholesale, then do this, and everything should be fine. Now, I'd like to add, right? On the way, more. This here. There we go. Well, production wise. Okay, now this is 4. This is 1.5. Okay. It's essentially consuming everything. It's getting more than one belt. So this is already getting 70% of a belt. Is there any way that we can get this? We have 6 here. What I'm going to do is, now we don't have enough room here. But we can make it wrong. So what I'm going to do is 2 of this. We already have enough production. So it still doesn't. It's not room enough. No, but I can make it. You know. Actually, since we have these ones, we don't need that. Okay. That helps out. You guys are gonna need power from here. Like that. Okay, there we go. We have 2 machines. What I can do is just something like this. One. Then these 2 machines. Gonna do the same thing here. So if everything is right, this is 3 or close to 3 belts of Vulcanite. Actually, no. Here we're gonna start thinking about loading into the spaceship. So these 3 become something more. Two, 6. You can understand soon what this is. So, what we do have into our centralized base, a few, could have a few those. How we're doing right now. No, this is off. Okay. Add another. Was unloading. Okay, so I did a little bit of a mistake. So this one just loaded. Cyanide rods. Go there. We're gonna go back to Novus orbit. And then I'm gonna turn you off again. Because these doesn't need to go there. This is part of the cyanide process. No. Spark plugs that we're looking for. Why do we use the prime plugs for? Yep. I'm gonna need to send this to the Beryllium planet. Okay. That's what's going on. So we have these over here. These guys over there. So real quick, of all this, bags of Vulcanite ore. And I would like to store some of this right now. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna have to bring quite a few ships to here. Want to take the Vulcanite cubes, blocks. Want to take away the iron plates. I'm thinking about even making this steel plate. And then the copper. Those three are the main ones. And the sand as well. Okay. Have one of these here. Or some of these. Copy it over. There. That work now. This we're gonna be able to store some Vulcanite blocks. So when we come back here, we'll be able to just land with the ship and start loading this. Okay, good. Sounds good. Where is where this sand is being stored right now? I have more sand that I wanna drop over here. We have this already completed. Hopefully. I'm um, here. And then almost. Needs to connect to this oil. Here we're gonna have one of these pumps. Here. Have this here. So and connect those together. That and like this. Okay. Not ideal, but at least close enough so we can have everything good. We got rid of the sand. Yes, we did. So we're gonna need to make a few chips. Few ships to bring the materials back here. What are we missing? Quite a lot of them. We have a lot of underground is on. First, turn off recording inventory. How is it looking like here? Sounds good. Probably gonna have change these once we have the ships coming in here. Place it down. They are all close by here, so it's easier for me to just place them down. Kind of waiting for the bots to do such. Now I know that we're not gonna get enough crude oil from that new outpost that we just added, but at least it's gonna add a little bit more. What we're doing here, 6,000. have these guys moving. A little bit of crude oil. Yeah. 9 per second. 6. 6.2. 5.7. This is pretty low. But at least should be able to get. Yet we're not gonna get a lot of flux of. Oh, if we have 3 ships or 4 coming in here, this might be a little bit troublesome. Oh well. Let's go back to novice. And then to orbit and start making some of those ships. Hopefully we have enough flooring for all of those. We'll see. Okay. Oh, we're not gonna need these. Those. They. On some station, probably not. And we're thinking about adding some rails so you guys can stay. Needs. You guys can stay as well. And fuel's always good. Rocket silo. Yep. This one used to take us back home. Spaceship thingies we want to take with us. Gonna be using this, but place on land. Okay. This we definitely want to take with us. Go for they third bits and bobs. Here we can come and say hey. And we're gonna go back to novice. That's one. This space cables. Almost everything can fit in here, except these guys. Yep, that's about right. Just want to save it here because one of the times that we're trying to fly back on a huge distance like this, our spaceship broke down in the way. It didn't make all the way to the trip, so it's a little bit of a pain to get that back. So let's try to avoid that. And back to novice. Okay, so for here we just need to bring the ships, start taking the material out, and we should be good. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Got a navigation error like this. So instead of going to novice, we end up on Jeeve. Which is not all bad. Because we have have these guys ready to go. What I can do, Vulcanite core. We have 3 of these. They're almost ready to go. Let's take a look here and see if there's anything that we. Oh. It's quite lonely over there. Fix that gap. One we could address. Yeah, we have plenty of Vulcanite, which is interesting. Oh, Vulcanite. We have 2 places to unload Vulcanite. And you have too many first Vulcanite, okay. You should be the same. How about you? You have 1 train that's actually stuck somewhere. Trying to go up. Where are you? The Vita process. Ooh, he's stuck somewhere around here. Where is that train? I have a train stuck somewhere. You. Find. There we go. Why are you stuck? Trying to go up. You're trying to go up. Okay. And change the lane so it can go around. Okay, that's not good. Trying to go around it, but this train is stuck. Train's trying to go in there. You trying to go to the there. Just a little bit. I'm gonna go. You guys are gonna go. Oh, okay. You were the one that was getting stuck, and then we're not processing Vulcanite because of that one. Yeah. You know what else? Since we have a deadlock like that, not fun. Not fun. Okay. Vulcanite is still going. Need to get the Vulcanite from that new outpost to the novice orbit, which means that we need to get one spaceship to do that. So let's go to the surface, to orbit. This is compromised. This can go bye-bye. And ask for the network for some things. We lost half the bots for the construction bots and have the logistic bots and a little bit of the life support canister. But that's all fine. We still have that feed module 9. Now we need to go to orbit. I'm bringing in some material here. Those. Let's take a look and see cables we have. We're lacking space elevator cable, which means that we don't have heavy girders, which means that our trains are going to start failing soon. Yeah, this is going down. You know, this iridite that's not processing correctly. That's what I'm planning. Iridite. Iridite being made over here. you. What are you missing? Oh, you're missing the vulcanite block. Okay. So vulcanite block. What's going on? You know, I don't have vulcanite ores. Kinda do though. This is going. This is going. Plastic support. Vulcanite blocks. So it's just a matter of not getting enough. Hopefully, didn't build this up too much. These are that. Not enough reaching material. The reason why we wanted to get more vulcanite. Good. Yeah. Now we have the vulcanite blocks. Should have everything that we need. Now I need to make some spaceships. One thing that I wanted to take a look at that we just and then back. Okay. This one. Where to unload this? Could have this guy. Our target is 670. So, our target 237. What? And it is. That's the end up, right? Then. Go on. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so that ship needs to come here because it's bringing that one. Okay. The 170, right? Yep. So you should be sending up there to unload these cryonite rods. Okay. So that is correct. Affected, and as it should take care of these guys. And let's go back to orbit. And though I'm a little bit scared. Well, take a look and see what Fuji is like. Having some issues over here. I see loading. You unloading the right forms. Cryonite, crude oil, cryonite, cryonite, crude oil. Just double check and see if there is no more Vulcanite planets close by. Now that we discovered another one, Vulcanite, there. Waterless. Built. 6. And this is less frequent because I think we found gelt afterwards. Yeah. And the good thing that this is not waterless. Maybe if we need to do another Vulcanite outpost, this is where we're gonna go. Okay. Make another ship to get Vulcanite. Go over here. And we're gonna go all the way to where the ships are gonna be used. It's right over there. House. Good. Those. You're missing the enriched Vulcanite because you don't have the. You're just breaking it down, but we're gonna get directly from the planet, so that should be good. Now let's see. I thought that I added 2 things. That's so. The plane is coming out here. That's gonna take us. Get us enough space to make 2 ships. One is gonna unload this stone, not the stone, the sand, and the other one's bringing up the Vulcanite block, which is the one that we're gonna do first. Gonna might have to adjust our spaceship to take Aeroflux instead of the Vulcanite blocks. But I need to bring the Vulcanite blocks here first before we do anything. So that's the first order of business. Hopefully that's gonna get us one step closer to having more beryllium ingots, because that's one of the things that's slowing us down right now. Is science spec 4, right? Yeah. And science spec 4, which is being made all the way down here, doesn't have epoxy, and the epoxy is probably due not have reagent. The reagent's not having a refinement. This extract. And those, yeah. This extract is coming in quickly and not so fast, so that's why. Okay, that is done, that is done, that is done. First things first, we need to bring in the Vulcanite. So we have something similar in here. This is loading things. So it's something like this. Don't need this, guys. Probably can do with a little bit of a simpler, like this. So, first things first. Power for that. What we're doing. Okay, we already have these. you are powering permanent. Okay. What I can do is add this on this side. No, this. Okay. Can add another one over here. No problem. So what we're looking for essentially, unloading and then into the stations. This final substation to power this one. Okay. I'm thinking something on the ways, like oh, I can't paste it because of the clamp. It gets a little bit moving around. Okay, okay. Check. Print ships. You are over here. Unloading. Don't have this extra train track. Okay. Okay. Switching off. Problem. So you're energizing. And you're pulling up more dirt. Thank you very much. Now let's see. Are the materials for this? Yeah. Bots are coming in. Now, make the ship. I would like to start by adding and over here. Oh. Please. This. Oh. Here. Here. This. And sweet. These guys. Okay. It's there to go probably around here. Probably just this and move a bit more down there. Now, it should be enough to get started on the base of the ship. Yep. And then that gonna be able to get the Vulcanite blocks. You're not happy? Oh, the bots are. No, it's because the bots from the base are trying to come in here and remove. Okay. Hit this. need to add another ship. A ship, but another train station there. Good. These ones are gonna be here. Once you have out a little bit. Go. Go. Hey, Crowns and Aces. It's going well. It's going well. We found quite a few bottlenecks. We're working on getting rid of some of those. There is one thing that's kind of holding us back. Which is the Beryllium plates. Because right now we're waiting for it's starting to go towards the dark science or the deep space science, and we need this. And for that we need nanquitite crystals. Problem is the nanquitite crystals kind of finicky. Go to their loading station. Right now we need the refined nanquitite. Thing is, the refined nanquitite have like 3 blocks making those. Now we're missing is nanquitite, crushed nanquitite. And between the sessions, I'm actually already working into something called Black Mirror. Oh, it's Black Mirror. So yeah, trying to make another outpost for nanquitite. I found these asteroid belt with these 2.2 million nanquitite here. There's 7.5 over there. So really stoked about getting a little bit more. The problem is I still need more power. Yes, that's the kind of thing. I still wanted to increase a little bit more our production lines. Like right now, I have a pretty big outpost for Cryonite bars. We just made one for Vulcanite blocks. Both of them are in support of Beryllium plates. But yeah, essentially this is the deep space science is the last one that we gonna need to go towards. The problem is that we have deep space science 2 that we need to automate. Goes with these guys. So Lincoln Cube, Lincoln Plate, Lincoln Cubes. This is something that can work straight away. But yeah, hopefully soon we're gonna start working towards deep space science. The thing is, in a few weeks, I'm gonna travel, so I'm gonna have to put a little bit of pause. So I wanted to get at least the outposts up and running, so I can get all the materials and everything stacked up. So once we come back, everything is nice and ready for us. So since we're over here, and a little bit more. Oh no, expand. to here. We need to add a few more ports all around. Map up there, and it should be good. Now we messed up a little bit. That's okay. Now we should be able to get some of these guys going. Same things over here. Good. Have you seen the new overhaul pack? Exotic Industries. That might be as well. I'm doing this solo, not solo, but space exploration only playthrough because I wanted to go Prestorio next, but there is Bobs and Angels that I have heard about it, and it seems that it's also good. So there are a few options there, but Exotic Industries, yeah, definitely gonna look into that. Here we, yep. Get a little bit more room around here. So these guys. There. You haven't found a good way of setting this up, so now we should be fine. Yeah. And we're gonna copy this. Is gonna be bishop. This one. This is unrooted in. Okay. Find. This is spaceship that goes there, loads things up, and come back. So I can copy you, kind of like that. Can I paste it over here? Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. This needs to be one to the right and one down. Not sure if you heard of 248. It is one that just releases out games. A lot of different stuff in there. Yeah, the thing with space exploration is that I made a mistake, and I thought that space exploration was actually smaller than Restorio. And after digging into it for quite a while, I found out that's the other way around. Space exploration, it's a little bit larger than Restorio, so I was thinking of even going the other way around and just restart this. But yeah, I decided against it because we already spent 195 days on this playthrough. So I wanted to make sure that we get everything out of this. Hopefully when we start unlocking the deep space sciences, it's going to be something like getting space science 1, 2, 3. It's like all of them gonna be in a pretty quick cadence. Yeah, and I heard a lot of people running both of them. I just wanted to give it the chance to get just one of them running, you know? This is how I need. Gonna have to add from. Okay. be one down, one up. Really need to get rid. Oh, you obviously have grasped it well by how far you've gotten. Oh, thank you. Oh, there we go. Now we're on the right. I have just this a little bit, but overall that's okay. And thanks. Yeah, it took me a while. It took a few reruns. Like, I still left this mess over here for our first handful of sciences, just to know that, yeah, things can be confusing and messy and unorganized, or they can become quite a big bus, just like this, or have all the sciences and everything else. Nope. We're getting some of these beryllium plates, which is great. Hopefully, we'll do it a little bit more. Can be processed a little bit better. Because yeah, get some gaps over here. If I add another one of these and merge these two together, the output will be better. Let's get those guys going. Have one of them do this, and that. And now we wait for the robots, construction bots and logistic bots to bring all the required materials up to here. Yeah. I've already started once on this one. The first run was still playable, but I just didn't like the start. Almost back to where I left off. Oh yeah. What you mean? I was thinking about restarting this playthrough more times than I care to admit. Because I was thinking of getting this playthrough done mostly based on core seams and getting the materials out of that way, because they're infinite. You can just set up, forget it. You don't need to keep on moving your outposts. But yeah, this is not designed for that. We couldn't get enough throughput to get everything that we wanted to, so we ended up just deciding like, oh, okay, that's gonna be it. We're just gonna keep on extending the existing outposts or creating new ones like we're doing right now, and hopefully that will solve the problem. And it seems to be working very well. Yeah, and the thing, the way that I set it up, and since for this, we're gonna come over here. Edit. This to here. But remove this name. That shouldn't be like that. So now if we go here, come back, we're looking into this Vulcanite blocks. Nice. What I'm doing here is I'm grabbing the core fragments, and then I'm processing them into their final forms, And I'm adding the existing materials from the other patches. So for instance, I'm mining this patch, adding it to here, and then all of those get mixed together. So theoretically should be better output with this. And my plan was actually set up in such a way that I can come here, have all of this. I can come and say, hey, I'm just gonna copy this like that. And this is gonna be like an outpost with a few setup. Would you say that most of your outposts for materials are processed on site or delivered back to novice? That's where I run into the main majority of the problems. I was bringing everything to novice to be processed. Problem is, well, one of the problems is you need a lot of fuel to bring the materials back and forth. So if you're using the rocket silos like these ones, you need a lot of the cargo rocket sections, and those cargo rocket sections are expensive. Not only that, you need a lot of these rocket fuels, which right now we are okay-ish, but I have the slight feeling that we might be starting running low because we don't have any, and usually have all these warehouses full of those. And if you go with the outer route, for instance, the one that we were using down here, like sending ships like this, you also need fuel, which means you need either oil, or you can do something crazy like this, which is making from 1 copper plate and 1,000 water, 1 solid rocket fuel. The problem with this is 500-second crafting time. So I thought, there might be a way of going around this. And we made a few of those. And we decided that wasn't enough, then we made a few more. And a few more. So in here, we actually have, if we can do something like this. Where is that? 2.4K fuel refineries. Yeah, I thought that 2,000 would be enough. It's not. And the problem with that is that you need something like this. Nuclear reactors for days. Then you need to go all the way to the edges of your world to get the uranium that I'm actually starting to run out yet again. So soon I'm gonna have to go and get some more. But one of the things that I learned recently when I was investigating some other recipes, I got this whole spacebook exploration, is that I could use something like this. You get solar from somewhere like orbit here. And this is what we're doing, could be doing up here. I'm gonna need another one of this. Route it down. Here. This is done. Okay, that's off. Oh, wait a second. They're going somewhere else. Polar via space elevator? Yeah, and that's the thing. That's not via space elevator. You can direct that beam to anywhere, essentially, and you get heat over there. And then with a little bit of water and those giant engines, you can start getting some power. So yeah, there's a few ways of doing that. About space elevators. So the problem that I'm having with space elevators is that I need heavy girders. And then the heavy girders need Vulcanite blocks and iridium plates. Iridium plates, got it, but I'm not having enough Vulcanite blocks. So yeah, should send more here. Have any other? And it's here. Yeah, we don't have any other plans that are Vulcanite based. We have this one. Might have to add another one of this. Trying to find more nodes. So it can still support the space elevators. Okay, now we have this. This is energizing en route to then. What I'm going to do is this is going to be off. When I'm sending this to Rotterdam, energize Rotterdam. Energize this. Okay, what are we missing here? Oh, here. So yeah. Now this is on Rotterdam. And then if I'm not mistaken, on Rotterdam as well. Off, okay. So if we go to Rotterdam, this ship is gonna. This is loading on the planet and unloading here, so this is exactly what I need. This whole sail. I'm gonna paste this. Okay, there's a few things. Finally, have heat exchanger. This. Sure. Here. Oh, and then the condenser unit. Okay, so here I'm gonna turn you off real quick. Home, we have target. So home is gonna be here. Target is gonna be Vulcanite. User is planet 277. Here, target. Yep, planet 277. Go. It's using 5,000. Last one was this. This is 5,000 once. So it'd be 5,000. 2, which means that I 5002 and 2. Good. What else are we might be missing? Oh, I don't have those thingies. Black Mirror is missing a few things, so help out Black Mirror real quick. Okay, that is done. Now we need those two thingies, so let me set this up down here if I can. Yeah. User gonna be this one. And this is probably just throw it as enough. Because we're missing this chest. So essentially everything that goes from planet to orbit, or mostly the way that you're sending things, there is a cost. So just have to be mindful of that, and everything all of that, have that. Is here. It's there. Orbit. It's moon. No, this is gonna be planet. And this, if it's equal planet, and if this destination is orbit. Okay. Then here, moon. That's gonna be planet. Else? No, because I'm getting this one. So if it's anchored on the planet, it's a P. If it's anchored on orbit, it's an orbit, and we use the O and P's to calculate everything else. Okay. So this one, this is Vulcanite, and it stacks to 200 as well. So everything else should be able to calculate from there. Oh, we need to add fuel. The thing. So that's essentially it. Oh, I think I know what happened there. Have that other one down there. So have all of these like here. I'm not gonna load anything in there. And these have been changed because the other ship put this down. And a few more of those. And then this here. Next one is here. And I think I had a fourth one here. This is the space. This is what they can. The cryonite rods to here. Here is that ship. No, it's not there yet. So, no, in this case, I only added 2. Okay. And this needs to be connected to this, then add it to there. Bye bye. To connect all of this. And fuel. The amount of fuels that we're gonna have. Okay. Should be okay. Getter. Total equals cargo. Cargo. So it comes from here. Find the stack. Okay. You are up yet. What we're doing here, yeah, we still have a lot of bossing to fix in. Tiles. Payment requires some going around this component. So there is one thing that we can do. Say, hey, you can energize office bit. Okay. And there we go. Now this is gonna start warming this up. Now we need to connect everything here. Let's see. First one here comes here. This is water. Water's done. Second one here is the liquid fuel, so this is this one. There. Good beginning. Ghost. Yep. Don't have steam, but that's okay because then it will time for it to warm up. This is the warming up. And yeah, everything else seems to be okay. We're gonna get the liquid fuel. Put it there. And steam. Yep, going strong. Once this is done, yeah, so we're missing, and you can see by the negative numbers here. Steam itself, and oil, liquid rocket fuel. Up and running, and take it off. Checkbox. Not. Oh, the last one is pretty easy. comes from here. When we enable this, it's just sending the last check it needs to trigger the takeoff. I was hoping to get to Harmonite. Hoping to get here with that ship, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I don't left any clamps behind, so I have to travel over there, get the clamp down, and then in the ship. Other than that, okay. 4. We need steam. Again, we haven't had steam because of cold. And then this third train to come in here. Oh. We have the train recently. Oh, there we go. These guys are full. Could be able to get this and send us all the way there. We need the clamps to be able to land. Well, we can land it and then deal with the clamps later. But that's gonna be something for the next session. Hopefully, then we're gonna be able to have this spaceship up and running, and maybe add a few other ones. But thanks so much for joining me, and I see you on the next one. Bye.